Okay. Well, I don't have any backing music because still not confident I can get a royalty-free track together. So it's going to be kind of chill and quiet, but that should be fine. I probably don't actually need here. Let's pull up the main camera. Hello. Ugh. Put on the headphones initially because I was thinking, oh, I'll pull up some backing music, and then I can listen to some music, and you can listen to the same music, and we can be listening to some happy music together. But I'm, I didn't take the time. This was kind of a last minute decision. I didn't take the time to get a working playlist. So I guess I'm not going to be running music. It's just going to be me chit chatting while I do Lego-y things. Oh, let me know how the sound is. I haven't listened back to myself in this room. It's probably a little bit echoey. Um, Hopefully not too bad. We're in a different room. You can see right around the corner. Pointing on a camera is so awkward. There's the kitchen. There's where we usually are. That's the sink. That's the wall with the. Ugh, there we go. Wall with the whisks on it. This room over here has games in it. You can see Optimus Prime waiting for us in the back, and the food processor, food, food, food processor, who cut my thumb the other day. And I'm not going to turn the camera because this camera is really touchy. You can't even see it. You're over here. We've got a camera here. The photo station is right around the corner there, and that's the setup. That's basically the setup. As you can see, I didn't even bother putting on proper clothes today. We've got a bathrobe. It's a lazy Saturday morning. I did already have my coffee. Um, the decision making here was very last minute. Last night I was thinking, okay, I'll get up. I only need one. I had an idea. I had an idea for a Saturday morning cook. I only needed one ingredient. So I was thinking, okay, I'll get up early. I can probably run right over to the convenience store down the corner there, grab it, come back, set up, good to go. Nothing special. Um, well, I didn't get up early. I got up about an hour ago, and the quantity of dishes that I left from last night, combined with me then having to go get an ingredient, like, do I really want to do all this? And I opted no. So instead, I spent that hour futzing with this camera, trying to get this set up. The only issue I keep having with it is that it wants to tweak the color balance all the time. And I can't figure out which. I turned all the settings to manual and it still does it. And I can't figure that out. Anyways, I don't know if anyone's even going to tune in or watch. This is not my normal wheelhouse. Who knows? Also, let me know if you can hear the furnace kick on in the back. It's not super loud, and according to my mixer here, it's like a fraction of a decibel, but it does show up a little bit. So I really should get some. I really should get some backing music for this. I'll add that to. If anyone shows up, I'll ask about music. Anyways, let's swap over to the table. Hey, here's the thing. This is an old Lego set. I actually don't know when it came out. Hold on, let me reaching across every time I need to type today. Starting build. When did this come out? $1993. What we have here is a 19. Oh, my camera froze. Oh no, it didn't. It is okay. It is out of focus. Just a little bit. Hopefully that resolves. This camera, main cam here, is really touchy. It was $5 at Goodwill, and it operates like it was $5 at Goodwill. Exciting stuff. This Lego set is from 1993. It was a gift to me. I think it was probably a gift to me in 1993 when I was a little kid. It was the largest and most expensive commercially available Lego set for a long time. I think until 2005. It was an ambitious set when it came out. It was pushing the limits of what people were willing to buy at the time. I got it as a Christmas present, and I've rebuilt it a couple times actually, and then taken it apart again. I have all the parts. I also have spare Legos in case. I think some of the parts might be lightly damaged or discolored because it was just together, sitting in a room for a while, and I think some of the white pieces got a little yellowed. So if it's a problem, I might go find spares. But I, at some point, found every single piece of this thing, and every single piece is in this box, which is impressive, that I didn't lose anything or break anything. Especially the unique bits like the rigging string and the sails. But yeah, I'm just gonna start building and chit-chatting. Get this guy open. Did I put the instructions in there? I did put the instructions in there. So this is what. Another thing about this one is this was back in the day when Lego sets didn't come in lots of little individual bags. They were in bags when they were in here, but they shaped the packaging. It's got molded packaging to hold these unique. You can see. I don't know if you can tell. You can see these little discolored spots on the brown parts. Those are actually dust, because I can wipe them away. Showing you how long this thing sat out at some point. But this is all the pieces, and I crudely separated them at some point into these divisions. And I've still got the original instructions as well. Now the box can't obviously live here while I'm building. It's gonna have to go to the side because our building space is going to be here. Diversification of content, indeed. Welcome in. I went over why I'm doing this. I got up late, looked at the pile of dishes, looked at the snow outside because I needed one ingredient for my cooking idea this morning, and I was like, screw it, I'm going to spend this hour making this one camera work rather than do all the rest of that. So here we are. We'll see how it goes. I don't have any backing music. If you've got a suggestion for something I could look up as I could pull up as backing music. That would be neat. At the moment, I'm just myself. Um, but yeah, exactly. That was exactly what I was thinking. Um, and I went over this Lego. This was a Christmas present to me in 1993, which is the year this Lego set came out. Um, and I've got, as far as I know, every single piece, original piece, is in here. Some of them are probably a little bit damaged. Some of them are probably a little bit discolored, and a lot of them are very dusty because when I got this set, I played with it a lot. And then later on, I took it apart, put it back together, and it sat on a shelf for many years together. So you can see specifically those squares are little bits of dust. But let's get started on it. Let's see what happens. Um, I'm not going to be able to put the instructions on the screen here. For you guys to follow along with all the time. But I can probably push it up and have the bottom. Also, a lot of glare. Um, I did actually look this up. There's a thriving aftermarket trade for Lego sets, and I looked this one up, and it's currently going. If you can get a good condition with the box, it's like $600 or something. But a big chunk of that comes from this guy. This Lego man right here is $50. Bookwoman, subscribed with Prime. Welcome in. Thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome back. But apparently, I was talking about aftermarket. The construction is most important, yes. But this Lego man here, apparently the Lego people are a big place where a lot of the value in Lego sets are because I guess because they're a lot of little unique parts. This guy right here was only in this set, so he's hard to find and expensive. Everybody else in here isn't unique to this set, but the first mate there is unique to this set. I guess the set wants me to put together all the Lego men first, so we will oblige, and I can cheat because I didn't take them apart. So there's that guy. There's that guy. There's that guy. Yeah, several of the pirates, even ones with like I don't know the names of any of these pirate characters, but they gave them all names, and some of them appear in more than one set. Um, that guy. Here's our first mate. Here's our captain. Pirate. And lady pirate. There you go. All 9 people. Oh, you know who's not in the box? The shark. Huh. I will have to go rummaging around to find the shark. There they all are. Oh, I wonder if I could. We're gonna do an experiment real quick. This might crash the camera, so. Uh, flip. Does that look too weird? This way it's right side up for you and right side up for me, but it's obviously got a weird perspective thing going on. So is that too weird? Anyways, the we've got all 9 Lego men. We're gonna fold it this way. The actual step 1 is this little boat, which ooh, now the challenge of finding all these parts, because they're not separated really. They're just all kind of in here. Here's something that modern Lego sets do that this one does not do, is where they have a little inset that shows you just the pieces that you're going to need for the step you're on. And this guy does not do that. I need to pull the box over a little bit. This one just hopes that you can visualize what the pieces are when it has you add them. Lego has definitely gotten a little more user-friendly in terms of the instructions as they've gone along. Also, tell me how the sound is, because we are in a different room, and this is largely untested sound. I haven't had a chance to listen back to myself doing this in this room as of yet. These tubey guys have clearly been bent into that shape for a long, long time. Can you hear me rummaging around in the Legos? Is that good, bad, whatever? Sounds good. Okay. So this is looks like the most basic little thing. It's just a tiny boat. Oop. And then it has me lay 2 oars right up the middle. The fact that the shark's not in here bugs me, and I want to go find a shark. But I know I've got lots of sharks, because I was a big fan of the pirate sets. Okay, step 1. Well, steps 1 through 4. Complete. Let's set you aside with all the little men, who fortunately I didn't take apart, because I don't have to find all those parts. I don't have a place to put things that are complete. The rest of the set is just a big set. So they're all getting pushed off camera to the top. And then we can start on the thing proper. Okay. How's everyone's morning going? Since we're just kind of chill chit-chatting here. How's it going? This perspective looks weird to me, but I guess let me know. Step 1, take these big, weird, molded base pieces. If it bugs you, I can flip it. I mean, I'm doing it purely for you, just so that really it's only so that the instructions are right side up for you. It looked, I mean, it was bugging me when just looking over at it, but I didn't have to look at it all the time because I could look at the real thing. So, ooh, this will get easier as it goes too, as there are less pieces in here. I don't really want to dump them all out. Clear the roof. My roof clears itself because the insulation is so bad. It, heat bleeds through and melts the snow off the roof. It's not a great reason. Ugh. Okay, I'm going to end up swiveling this box around a few times because I need to get into these various parts. Where are these big blocky? Counting birds and doing laundry. You can't see it in the big shot. You could almost see it. Here, I'll pop back for a moment. That window right there, that's my bird window. It's daylight outside, so it's completely blown out and the camera can't pick anything up, but that's the bird window right there. That was something else I did this morning while I had time, was I refilled my bird feeders. I've just got juncos and chickadees, but the feeders were looking a little tapped out. So maybe more will filter in now that they are refilled. Come on. I said with such confidence, I've got all the pieces. It's just that they blend in with each other. There. Okay. We'll see how long this takes. This might end up taking so long that I just do half of it and come back. Oop. See? Another one of these steps of just kind of interpret what they mean. What they mean is attach the base there. I'm fascinated by the bottom of the ship, actually. It's got these attachment points on the bottoms of every piece, and it never uses them. And this is the only set that these specific pieces were in, unless they recolored them for another set. So I guess they just included them for creativity, because once this is set down, they don't use them. The front. And this is something that modern sets do. This might have been one of the earlier sets that tried this, is internal parts that you don't get to see are some sort of garish color that really clashes with the set, so that when you're building those internal structures, you can tell what you're building on the instructions. Let's see, it's 3 spaces in the center. I've noticed that on more recent sets, they're deliberately using bright blues and bright greens and all these sort of bright garish colors that really don't work in the thing that you're building. It also makes them a bit easier to find here in the box because they stand out, especially little tiny pieces like that. How many steps do we have here? Well, that's a spoiler. That's the finished product. It's only 30 steps actually. So we might blitz through this depending on how easily I can find all the parts as we go. Let's see. The next, here's another example. Of the old way of doing it. It's got this big panel across the front. You're building the rudder that goes in here, but also stuff just appears down here on the main build, and it's not really called attention to. Modern ones would have little arrows being like attach here, just to call attention to some things that aren't quite so obvious. Those Lego people are getting cleverer in their age. So let's attach those bits, and then the fun of finding all of these flat, smooth top gray strips. And then I'll back up and build the... don't come over and sort the pieces. They're sorted actually by... they're sorted in here by shapes. So the thick pieces are in this trough. All the thin flat pieces are in this trough. And all the weird special pieces are in the end one. I could dump them out. And if this becomes a problem, I might dump them out. But as I see it, this should be enough of a division. Because also, when you've got like all the black pieces in one pile together, I don't think that piece belongs in this box. That's a police piece. We'll see where that ends up when I'm done here. I thought every single piece in this box was just pirate ship, but I may be mistaken. What was I saying? I lost my train of thought. So I will not return to it. Tell you what, getting these little flat strips off the bottom here, that's hard. Okay, let's build that rudder. Out of a bunch of teeny tiny pieces. I feel like I should have. I feel like I'm trying to chatter to fill the air, and that's something that I should have background music for. I'm gonna roll my sleeves up. Better. I suppose the dulcet tones of that will have to do. In lieu of me working out. Like, I know how to play music so that we could all enjoy it together. The problem is I've had a heck of a time nailing down what is properly royalty free. I thought I had good, safe, royalty free stuff early on, and then YouTube was like, no. Oop, that's going to be an issue. I hope these pieces are meant to be together, because this is two little flat guys that are attached. Hopefully, when we get that far, they're meant to be like that. Red dot piece. Okay, rudder part 1. Rudder part 2 is a little bit simpler because there aren't any little dots. Goldie, welcome in. Welcome to something completely different. We're making Legos. How's your, I don't know what time zone you're in. How's your day? How's your time zone? I woke up late and decided I didn't want to prep the kitchen, so here we are. 10, we need 10s. Two 10s. When I was home, it was actually when I was home for Thanksgiving. So it's been 2 months. I brought back with me all my childhood Legos, thinking that's something neat I could either pepper in as an alternative, or such as today, if I don't get my act together for cooking, something I could do instead. And then I just haven't done it since then. So today was the day. Gumbo with drop biscuits and Valheim. I hear everyone loves Valheim. I'm a little over Valheim, but enjoy the Valheim. I thought Valheim was pretty good, but it was one of those things where I kind of burned out on it. It was too much. It was too much the first time when it came out, and then it had this super long delay, and I just kind of faded off. So now they got a big update, and I'm not real interested. Oh, we got one of those unique pieces, right? The red slope. There's only one of those in here. There it is. The rudder, and then the rudder goes on the rudder end. You can't even see it. It moves, just like a rudder. I'm trying to avoid doing that. Oh, you only started playing recently. Okay. Yeah, because what was it? A year and a half ago, and it came when it really took the first big wave of it. I was pretty engaging. But then it didn't update forever, and then so by the time this new update came around, I had already kind of faded off. Um, here's the problem with classic Lego sets. Find all those parts. Make sure you find every single one that's added, especially the ones like this red strip back here that blends in. At the moment, I am deliberately avoiding Darkest Dungeon 2 because I don't want to risk burning out on it before the full release, because I would very much like to play that one. You can see some of these parts. Oh, you can't quite make it out. Some of these parts are definitely were exposed for a long, long time sitting on the shelf, and they've got little dust caught in between the connectors. This is one of those steps where lots of things get added all at once. It probably realistically should be more than one step, and I think would be more than one step nowadays. It does look interesting. It's I'm intrigued by the pretty dramatic differences in gameplay. It's not just the first one was successful, let's make more of that. They really are pushing out the boat, pushing the envelope, so to speak, in terms of what the game is doing, which is exactly what I want to see in a sequel. I don't super enjoy sequels that are just the same game but again. And a lot of companies I was gonna cough and say the name of a company, but I can't even narrow it down. And I'm not even gonna be subtle about it. Assassin's Creed is the same game every time. Call of Duty is the same game every time. So the fact that Red Hook is just taking it in a wildly different, like, they're keeping the tone and the flavor, but they're just charging off in a new direction in terms of the underpinning of gameplay is very exciting and very welcome. That's how I want to see. That's what I want to see. We're still on step 5. Step 5 is a lot of step. Oh. So the cooking project that has now been postponed, we will return to it. You'll remember back in the beginning, back in the olden times of the channel, I made cheesecake, and then I made another cheesecake. I had wanted to keep doing cheesecake experiments. The problem is, cheesecakes are enormous, and then I have to eat the cheesecake or share the cheesecake, and at some point it gets old. So I found a tiny cheesecake pan, 4-inch little round spring form, and that was going to be the project. I was going to work out the proportions for making a little tiny one, because then I can do experimental flavors without making a whole thing. Because I still haven't given up on the idea of experimental cheesecake flavors, no matter how many people say that they're bad ideas. We're on to step 6 finally. That was a step 5 was a long step, perhaps too long. I'm not sure that necessarily needed to be little arch pieces there, especially since this is going to, I think, be fully enclosed. This isn't cooking delicious food. I'm not cooking delicious food. I suppose my schedule probably still says cooking delicious food. But this is something completely different. We're making Legos. Uh, this one right here. Welcome in. Welcome to the exciting world of me trying to fill air while I build Legos. What's new with you? Even while I'm not cooking, I ended up immediately start talking about cooking. So clearly that's still on my mind. I just need to. This is a nice change, though. I needed something a little bit different every now and again. The demands of coming up with a new food is a very appropriate topic for discussion. The demands of coming up with a new recipe idea all the time. That's what I really need a break from. Cooking itself isn't the challenge. It's coming up with all the ideas. This is also a little bit of a trial run because in this case, I've got all the parts. They're all here. And we've got another one behind me here that has all the parts in it because it's brand new. But if we do anything beyond these two, it's going to be parts from the big buckets. And that'll be exciting because I don't even know if they have all the parts at that stage. I could very easily have lost some parts. I was not a very careful child with my Legos back in the day. The Legos joined me out in the sandbox. See, I can, if I don't have to be creative with it, I can generate quick food. But a lot of the things that I would just cook on a whim, they only take like 20, 30 minutes. And if I'm trying to do a show out of it, that's not enough. Little flat stripes. But yeah, I understand people trying to come up with something interesting. I do watch a bunch of cooking shows, in part for entertainment and in part to scrape for ideas. And one of them, the host said something very, very interesting, and something that is good advice for life in general. Not every meal needs to be some grand adventure of food. If you watch a lot of cooking entertainment, you get this impression that every meal is like a theme park of flavors and foods. But really, most meals should be basic staple things. And even those professional entertainment chefs, they're not cooking the big crazy stuff for themselves every night. They're having something basic. They're having a hamburger. They're having a beans and rice. We're down to there being one part, and it's a tiny little piece. We're gonna have to slide over for a sec. Pull the box to the middle. So never feel bad about never feel bad about not coming up with creative things for yourself when you're just cooking at home for food. That's the biggest thing that I've noticed as a challenge for me trying to be an entertainment chef is that I don't have enough ideas on my own to really take up all the airspace. So sometimes my ideas, I've had a couple days I've actually just dived in with no idea and just scrambled. And sometimes I've had a thing that on a more professional show would have been a cut time lapse something, and because I'm doing it live, I had to quickly scramble to fill time. Because, oh no, this needs to rest for 40 minutes. Whatever will I do? And even myself, I like the food and I like to take pictures of the fancy things I'm making. But Felix, you're first. No one else is first. Only you. Welcome in. We're doing something completely different today. I lost my train of thought again. I'll tell you what, talking while Legoing is actually hard. No, we're not on that step yet. We're on step 7. And it wants me to build 4 of those and slot them in, but I want to find all the little bits on the main build before I do, so I don't miss one. Optimus is there. We can try him next time. We're building the pirate ship because the pirate ship is, in my heart, my fondest Lego set. I've already told the story of it twice. It's been taken apart and put together multiple times. and it's one I know I've got all the parts for. Sorry, I was just saying talking while Legoing is harder than talking while cooking, and I wasn't expecting that. But yeah, for those not in the know, behind me on the shelf here, this guy right here, that's Lego Optimus Prime, who is a brand new set from last year. So not new, but quite new. And I haven't bought a Lego set in ages, but darn if the Lego company didn't manage to drag me back in. They've been doing good work for a long time, and I've been studiously ignoring it, but they found my weakness. They found my nostalgia. Okay, these little, I'm gonna move the thing. These little guys, I know what these little guys are gonna turn into. And it's a creative idea. One of the things that makes this pirate ship so elaborate. Here's an example of using garish colors so that you can see what you're adding, is these bright yellow bits, because they're gonna disappear in the finished build underneath stuff. These are the mounts for the ship's cannons. So rather than have 8 cannons, it has 4 cannons, and they're on swivels and slides. Now, I'm going to lose my train of thought a lot. So if we're talking about something and I forget where what I'm saying, and you want to know the next part of the story, slap me and tell me to keep going. Let's put these in as I make them. So they go in. They just go in sort of flat and loose. Like that. What was I saying? What was I saying? Something about Optimus? We can take a peek at Optimus later. I don't know how long Lego building goes. I could definitely sit here and finish this today if I really wanted to. But I don't know. If I want to do that, we could just gauge our time and then come back and finish it at a later date. We're finding out together. This is making me super think that I need to work out some kind of background music. This is actually the second trial run of this space as a streaming space. The first trial run, nobody watched. It was my Thanksgiving, my pre-Thanksgiving show, and I guess people were already too busy around the holiday. I cooked my Thanksgiving feast, and then I transferred it in here, and then I ate it while chatting. But it's hard to chat when there's nobody here. So, yeah, it's getting harder and harder. I think every single one of these little little angled seat pieces is on this step, so it's getting harder to find them each time. Although the last one just jumped out at me. So okay, the little guys are in there. The next, I see this step has little insets that say you need 2 of these and 6 of these, and they go here and here. But then it doesn't mention the fact that there's these guys that have to stretch across. Nope. Lego. That one. It does want a long strip in the back here. And then it says 2 times little squares. But only on this first one. And six of those. I'm just going to get the 6 out right away. Six. Where do those go? They go on the outside, but only on 3 of these on each side. The other 2 are the little angled up pieces, which we're running low on. Ooh, we are running low on. This might be the last one in the box. Bam. What else has this got going on? This whole back part, it wants me to build up quite suddenly. This rudder's not very stable. Every time I touch it, it kind of flexes. feel like it wouldn't be very good for actually steering a ship. Huh. Oh, and there's no more of these long blue ones that are never going to be seen again. Now, see, when I, admittedly, rather briefly, but when I worked in the cafeteria kitchen, when I was done with that, the last thing I wanted to do was go home and cook. So I get it that. What are these? Oh, I know what those are for. Okay. I know this set well enough that I can remember what the things are going to be before it has me actually build them. And there's an interior to the rear cabin. And in order to make it accessible, they put little doors on the side. And that's what I'm building now, is the slides for the doors. Oh. And this should be the... oh, we're going to pull the thing over again. There should be exactly one more smooth-topped black piece. Ooh, there should be. If we can't find a part at any point along this, I'm first of all going to be really sad. I found it. I'm first of all going to be really sad because I was certain that every piece was in here. I'm cutting off the... There we go. That's better. Put me down there. I was certain that every piece was in this box. So if I can't find something and I have to go find a spare, I will be sad. So here's hoping I'm not sad today. Oh boy, another big step. I feel like every step is a big step in this build. Now why didn't they? Well, I guess I don't want that piece there. Okay, we're gonna start from the rear and work our way toward the front, scanning for the things that need to go in here. Some of them are obvious, like these big sloped pieces. But some of them look a little bit less obvious to me. arch. Well, half arch. And half arch. Little gray blocks to chunk in the edges there, and little gray corners to wrap, or no, little black corners to wrap around them. I also noticed that there were 2 steps on each page just a page ago, and now we're down to 1 step on each page with, I would say, quite a few extra parts per step that maybe, just maybe, should have been combined or separated into different steps. More little 3s. You know, now that I think about it, with the instructions kind of less specific like this, where things just kind of appear and you got to find them, put them in the right spots. The feeling of the Lego set is more like a puzzle than I think modern sets that are really clear about the instructions. Not that I necessarily want a puzzle, because I kind of want the end result to be what is promised on the box, but I suppose I can understand the mindset of not being super duper every single step spelled out, so that you have that sort of feeling of a puzzle. And then a couple of short ones. Is that everything? It looks like everything. Step 10. Step 10, in which we create some sort of side bracketing. And they're not the same thing. They're mirror images. So we will make them separately. Oh, I know what this is. Okay. At each step, when I see a thing, I'm trying to picture what the thing is going to be on the finished ship, because I'm super familiar with the ship. I think I built this probably 4 times. Love this set. Really, that's the reason that I probably the reason why I started with this. It wasn't a deliberate decision. It was more of just a subconscious reaching. but I think I reached for this one ahead of Optimus because I do love this set. I am super familiar with it from having had it for so long, having built it multiple times. So I can talk about it while I'm building it because I understand it. So what these are is the bottom of the rigging. We've already got up to the point where we're starting the rigging. I know you can't really see in detail what any of these things are. Fortunately, the set is large enough that even zoomed out like this, you can really appreciate how it's coming together. A little black block has appeared there. Oh, and we're getting into the large panels in the rear of the ship. The inner decking of the cabin. With two little one dot pieces separating it for... Oh! Because that gap is where the ship's wheel connects to the rudder. Because the rudder is actually operable when you turn the wheel. That's a neat trick they pulled. The rudder is functional on this thing when it's finished. You know, a set I always wanted, and I had this one, and this one was the bigger, more impressive one, but I always wanted the other ship to go with this one, the Navy ship, because then I could have the ships fight. But that was another, like, $100 set or something. So I understand not, like, as a kid, I was like, why can't I have both? But at this point, I'm like, well, they were both really quite pricey Lego sets. And I was simply a greedy child. Oh, I don't know if you can quite tell. There's little damaged marks on that one from probably having it flat on a larger piece and being unable to get it off and going at it with my teeth. That was something I did more than once as a wee child. Attack these things in desperation with my teeth to try to get them apart after I put things together wrong. Because they always gave you those separator tools, but they never really worked. They only just kind of worked. And then you'd get frustrated, and you'd fight. Oh! Welcome in, Warder. Yeah, if you're on... If you're on a normal sub, you can set it to re-up itself monthly. If you're on a Prime sub, um, Amazon insists that you manually redo it. Because they're hoping people will forget about the Prime subs, I guess. If they don't like them, they should probably just get rid of them. But I like them, so I hope they don't get rid of them. Um, Welcome in. We're building Legos today. It's been a while since I saw you around these parts. If you're asking how to sub, if you've subscribed, I can't see it. It didn't pop up in my thing. If you're asking how to, it should be a button under the player panel. How's it going? Happy Saturday. As you can see, we're once again pushing the thing aside because I can't find a part. Here it is. Is that all the parts? You gotta stop and double check before you move on. Looks like it. Oh no, actually it's not. There's one. That bridges across the back there. Thank you for the follow. I don't have any kind of fancy notifications. I wiggle my fingers sometimes when I'm not moving because I'm afraid this camera is going to freeze on me. So then I'm like, is it frozen? And then and then it's either frozen or it's not. I'm like, but thank you for the follow. That's another thing I have to set up is audible follow alerts. Step 11. Step 11, in which things get green. But we'll do that. We'll have to do those last because they call themselves out. I'm going to once again scan the whole thing for other bits, like these little slopes. These little 3-wide slopes in the back. And little blue cones. Oh, little blue cones. What are the little blue cones for? I'm not even. Ooh. I'm gonna pull them out. Get them there. See, there are 3 in. What are they for? They've got me slightly confused as to what that's going to end up being, because this is a fully internal thing. Interesting. Journey of discovery, I guess. 6 across, and then little 3s. I've got my Twitch panels up differently today because of this, because I don't have my second screen. So I have to hop over here for notifications. Well, I feel like the activity feed. I don't know if you've ever been on the streaming end of a Twitch stream. You get this activity feed on the panel, on the dashboard panel, and I feel like sometimes it just skips things. So I don't know. Twitch is strangely not well put. Well, I suppose it's not that strange. Twitch has a lot of internal issues that I think they should probably work on. Hire someone to work on. But that would cost money. And Amazon doesn't have any money, famously. We're again looking for one little tiny single. Yes, they're just a little startup. You can't expect them to be able to develop all this stuff. We are currently looking for the smallest of all of the pieces. Aha. There it is. I think this set might have the most of these little, like, grabby guys of any I've built. Moisten. Oh, we can do that. I actually didn't get myself a glass of water. I will return with liquid refreshment. I already had my coffee this morning. Good shout, though. Oh, water. We'll put it somewhere where I won't spill it, but moist. Thank you for the moisten. Let us continue. There's a lot of little parts being added in this step. This is one of those add a million parts steps. Yep. Pulling it over again. I feel like there's going to be more pulling over as we get into this layer, because this is now the upper level of what's exposed when it's finished. So there's going to be lots of little decorative bits rather than just structural stuff. And the decorative bits are often tiny pieces that there aren't very many of in the set. And we haven't gotten high enough yet to do the riggings, which are a lot of these big chunky pieces that are kind of in fact, you know what? I'm going to take these big chunky pieces and use these empty tray slots at the top just to get them out of my way. Ooh, we might replace this one. This guy clearly is a bit discolored. I think he may have been out in the sun. Temporarily stopping just to move, just to sort a little bit. So that some of these smaller pieces are easier to see. Oop, oop. Okay, aha, and it worked. I found the part. It goes right there, and then we get our instructions back. It isn't a terribly rare part. I just think that it was a white piece, and it's an upper surface when the thing is finished. So I imagine it was just sitting in the sun, and it yellowed from age. We might, when we get to that point, go looking for a spare so that it's a little bit prettier. Let's see. I need 8 of these little flags. Which, fortunately, I had the foresight to not mix in with anything else. They were a unique enough little piece that I threw them in the pile with unique pieces, and they're also green, so they stand out. And then they go over, if you're paying attention, there were these holes in the sides of the panel there, and each of these flags goes over the top of one of those holes. And those are, in fact, our cannon ports, and the flaps are the coverings for the cannon ports. How's the camera been acting? I haven't been really watching it very closely. This camera, in particular, has given me problems in the past where it, like, gets itself in a cycle of refocusing a lot. So it goes blurry and then it focuses up and then it immediately snaps back to blurry and focuses up. I've also had a problem where it just decides to color adjust everything to green. Like I said, it's a $5 Goodwill camera and it runs kind of like a $5 Goodwill camera. Water. So please, if anything's up with either the video or the audio, jump in and let me know. I won't be offended, I promise. Yeah. At some point, I just need to invest in a proper, like, new camera. This one is good enough. It's one of those things where it would improve the stream, but I don't feel justified in investing in it. Ooh, I did something wrong. Oh, I see what I did. Okay, both of those were over by one piece. Yeah, I mean, naturally, invest in a hot tub first. Then we can do hot tub streams. If the Twitch channel ever makes enough money to be taxed, then I'll probably buy a camera so that I can write it off as an expense and avoid the taxes on it. That seems like the plan, the kind of plan you know. There's a lot. This is one of those steps that needs more sub steps. There's too many steps in this step. Because now I've got to basically build the entirety of both railings as well. And heck, if this somehow ever takes off for real, I can always buy Lego sets for building on stream, and then they're technically a business expense. The technicalities of business are silly. Frankly, silly. Our friend, fellow streamer Redweird, does a segment on Fridays where, in addition to playing games, he drinks a selection of fine artisan beers. And since he's purchasing them specifically for his Twitch channel, the beer is a business expense. So he literally gets to write off beer on his taxes. It's it's a sweet deal. I moved all those black pieces up there, and now I need them. There it is. And of course, that's all the result of the fact that tax law is hideously broken. It wants me to fold the little flaps down on one side, but not the other. So I assume because they're supposed to be, yeah, just to make them visible. It wants me to fold them down right away. Uh, tax law has been basically turned into a joke because business lobbies have carved out so many exceptions for themselves. So now business taxes, you can write off almost everything. Ooh, big things happening on this chunk. Let's start with this thing. This big front piece. This is the prow. Oops. Which will consume quite a few of our little black angles, hopefully making it easier to find more of them in the future. Gonna need that in a moment, so I'll pull it out. Okay, 2 layers of that. 2 layers of that. One of the... Oh, okay, I see. Sometimes these steps don't make it clear what they mean. You got to look at the next thing to see what they expected you to have done. Yeah, well, the new Congress was set up to be an absolute disaster before they even entered the chamber. Interesting. This piece connects to the bottom. Eliminate the IRS is exactly the kind of hilarious idiocy that I would expect from the current American Republican Party. The it's not going to fly because that's insane. The trouble is, it's getting closer and closer to just, they'll pass insane things. Because no one can stop them. I can't imagine that's going to get out of committee though, because that's madness. There's a lot of little bits and pieces going on in this specific step. Um, Two little white blocks. Although you misspoke and said eliminate Social Security, but I bet you that's on the docket next. They hate that stuff. Why can't those retirees just get jobs and be productive members of society? More little blue bits going down in the middle, but they look very decorative, like you're supposed to see them. But I can't quite picture what this is on the finished build. We're bumping into our box pretty quickly here too, because the prow is coming out. We're laying down a top layer on the edges of the ship. Oop. That one's at 10. I need an 8. 8. And then, 4. Okay. Anything else I'm missing? Yes, this piece. The mast is going in. Well, one of the masts. Oh, and there's 2 little angle bits. They're not angle bits, like I don't even know how to describe them. They're these. It's the little one that has a police symbol on it, and then one that doesn't. I wonder if when I built this, I couldn't find 2 that didn't have the police symbol. But that's clearly for a different set. Ooh. Ooh. Do I want to use the one that has the police logo on it, thereby making it impossible to make the police set down the line if I ever want to do that one? Or do I want to go get the black bucket and go looking? Zizan, thank you for the moisten. Moist. Ooh. Decision time. It's decide time. Oh, it's all the black pieces. Black being one of the most abundant piece types. Ugh. Dropping stuff, knocking stuff over. Black. Are you black? That's the black ones. Okay. Okay. Temporarily set aside the ship. Get out the bucket. Here's all the black pieces. Will I even be able to find it in there? If I couldn't find it last time, it probably means there's not very many of them. Oh. Well, I just said that, and right off the top, nope, don't need to sort anything. Literally right off the top, the exact piece I need was just sitting right there. Job done. Job done. The black pieces can go away. Perfect. It was, wow. Okay, well, that worked out. Worked out perfectly. Back to where we left off, now without the little police piece in there. How serendipitous. It was literally right on top. I mean, that has to happen occasionally, right? The piece you're looking for can't always be at the bottom of the tub. Okay. Ooh, big exciting chunk now. We have to build. Oh, interesting. It actually has parts of the step on separate pages. We're making the door sections of the back cabin, and they go together as cohesive parts. But they're mirrored, so we can actually build them at the same time rather than trying to do them as separate steps. Slide this up a little bit. I know last time I had a mirrored thing, I made them separately, but this time I'm making them at the same time because I think it'll be easier to track since they are identical parts. I wonder why I used the little police piece. I must have struggled and not been able to find the correct part when I built this last. And then just threw up my hands and grabbed the one that had the police decal on it. But clearly that part isn't super rare because I had another one right there. Unless I'm just super lucky and that is the only one in there. That, I suppose, is a possibility. We've got the hinge pieces coming out now. The hinge goes on straight. They've already been assembled. I never disassemble the hinges because there's no reason to ever disassemble the hinges. because they've no hinge piece is ever different colors on either side, so there's no reason to ever take these things apart. Leave a note in my instructions. Sorry, I can't. I've lost the thought that was relevant to that, Goldie. Leave a note about what in my instructions? Well, when I take this apart, I am going to keep all the parts together. And it was just a matter of the one that was in the box here had this police decal for some reason, and the one that didn't have the police decal was just in the big tub. But now it's going to be attached to the set. Little arch. Oop, no little arches, because there needs to be that front piece first. And then they are attached via little oops, that's not the right part. That's the right part. These guys, little arches, because I'm pretty sure that that's meant to be a window or a porthole, I guess, because it's a ship. Is it still called a porthole on an old sailing ship, or is that a term for more modern ships? And then these guys go on the sides of the back here, and they are hinged so that you can get inside there. Because there's a little the captain's cabin back there. It's also having us build up the side rails of the actual ship now. Boy, this would be a good time to have some music. Well, I'll see if I can't sort that out next time. I know the Terraria people are pretty good about not raising a fuss when people use their music. And it's pretty good music. Dread, you've got an actual Lego emote? Amazing. Welcome in. Hello. We're on step 13 of this pirate ship, which is called... Where did I put the top box? The Skull's Eye Schooner. If you're familiar with classic Lego sets, you may be familiar with that. There's a brick building community on Twitch. Here I am being a fool and not knowing that. This is my first ever Lego building stream. Because I got up this morning and was like, ugh, my kitchen's not ready for me. And I don't really feel like working super hard to get it in shape in time. So we dove in on this. And actually, we're coming up right to the we're coming right up to my usual time. But I don't feel the need to stop just now, so I shan't. Well, welcome in. As you can tell, I'm still wearing my bathrobe. I didn't even put on full clothes today. We're having a lazy day with my comfy pants and a comfy shirt. I did go outside to refill the bird feeders, so the birds could also have a nice day. There's the other door panel, but we already put the door panels on. Oh, I did miss a piece. Ah. I am once again foiled by not being able to see all the little parts that they're adding at each step. This set, if you're familiar with the set, you'll know. But if you're not familiar with the set, it's this is a set from 1993 that I got for Christmas in 1993. And it is, I've built it multiple times. I've taken it apart multiple times. It's one of my favorites, and I thought it would be a good first foray into Legoing. In part because it is an all-time favorite, and in part because I had all the pieces in the box. So I knew I wouldn't have to go digging. Future projects, well, aside from Optimus Prime behind me here, future projects are probably going to end up with the buckets. We may even have to go on the floor. Oh no! Cruel mothers giving away Legos. The Barracuda. Wasn't that the big ship before this one? Lego. Yeah. I remember that ship. I didn't have that ship. But I remembered seeing it in, because they always used to come with those little folding, basically advertisements for other Lego sets. And I remember looking at that ship and being like, oh, I wish I had that one to go with this one. But that one was never on shelves. I never saw that one in stores or anything. No cruelness in my house. My Legos were carefully preserved in big plastic buckets in the basement. Um, that sucks, Goldie. Those, you could probably retire on those. Not too long ago, I actually let my old Transformers and Ninja Turtles toys go at a garage sale, and I haven't gone back to look at what their values are or were, because I'm a little afraid of what I'll see. But at least I know that they went to a good home and a child who will actually play with them. Um, as much as these toys have become collectibles, they're first and foremost toys, and I feel like they should be in a home where they'll be enjoyed and played with instead of just put on a shelf. Um, that being said, I'm gonna put this boat on a shelf when it's done. But at least I'm having the joy of building. Oh, yeah, that's rough. If it's just a matter of, oh no, I lost some money. But if it was a beloved thing that you let go, or that got away from you, or was taken away from you, however that's phrased, um, then yeah, that's especially tragic. I have heard of Bricklink. See, when I went away to college, my parents just put all my stuff in the basement. Ooh, the window. I have the window. I don't think this window is unique to this set, but it is certainly not in a lot of sets. I think it was in very old sets as a shuttered window, and then it kind of went out of fashion. So it wasn't in sets at the time when I was really into Legos. Oh, I missed something. I did miss something. Ugh, there's something that I like about modern Lego sets. They don't let they. It's much harder to miss things. I mentioned that earlier on as well. Little single bricks. Uh, went to college. Parents moved to Brazil. That's good. Able to rescue your stuff from vanishing into the ether. Ooh, we might have a missing piece. We might actually have a missing piece. Because I don't see... I actually see something underneath the casing here. There's a little gold chunk. That shouldn't be there. We might actually have a missing piece right now, though. Which would be especially strange because... Where could it have gone? Oh, nope. Aha. It was missorted. No missing piece. I found it. It was in the wrong sort pile. It's a pretty common piece, too. I could find spares of that if I needed to over in the big buckets. Giving this a close examination before I move on to the next step. Step 15. I mean, just look at the instructions for step 15. It's just a picture, and you got to find all the parts that have miraculously appeared on the picture. Just little things like that. And there's a lot of parts have gone on this stage. It's not like there's just a few. There's these little arches over the ports on the rear, and then a little half or two small dots stacked on top of each other of different colors that just kind of appear in front of them. There's the rear mast, just kind of shows up there. Oh, this one I legitimately missed. This blue square goes on the little blue pillars that we made inside there. Honestly, I probably missed some things in the last one, even. Yeah, because that guy was there 2 steps ago. But those arches weren't. They just built that whole thing up in one go. And then this whole front thing goes together as well. 2 of these spaceship wing panels. And 8. Some really long 10. Have I got a 10 in there? I haven't built a new Lego set in quite a long time, actually. I've watched Bopper make some sets, and yeah, the instructions are much more detailed, and they have little arrows, and they say you need all of these parts for this step, and they go on. It's a bit more of a puzzle in the olden day sets. Oh, and the plungers. These little plunger dealies, which I believe are meant to be there for putting the cannonballs inside the cannons. Oh, and this whole I almost missed this huge construction on the back panel over here where it just suddenly builds up. There's a photograph somewhere of me on my kitchen floor playing with this exact Lego set and a Godzilla toy that has lights up and the lights flash and he walks around and he roars. Good times. I think I got all the parts there. Step 16, when we will discover what parts I have missed. I guess we're building that first because it's calling it out. Oop. Thank you for the moisten. Moist. Nope, not. I was going to say, are we missing another piece? No, it was just hiding in plain sight. Black on black. A little Lego skeleton man. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, we're really going for it on this. It's really going for it on this step because we're putting together the front port. Both doors to the interior of the cabin. The remaining hinges. But something's missing. I missed something. I did miss something. I missed something on every step. We're at the point where I miss something on every step because they put so much stuff in every step. Need to build that little guy up. And then attach the door hinges. And then it wants me to build it up a little bit more, presumably for the top panel. Oh look, only a few pieces left. Um, that thing. All right, a bunch of these pieces I know are going to suddenly get used up when we make the rigging. 10,000. Jesus, they're making some big sets these days. I don't have the budget for it, but if I ever had the budget for it, I was looking at the large scale Lego Millennium Falcon. It's to scale with the Lego men. It's like as big as this table. Um, just, it looks spectacular. I looked at the Titanic too. That one's cool because it has the cutaways on the interior where you can see parts of the inside of the Titanic. I know it's going out of production soon, but I don't have the budget for it. I got to get hundreds of people to sign up for Twitch. Then I'll have the budget for it. Oh, our last smooth piece. We're going to have to adopt some of the separated guys back in Soonst. Nope. Scratch that. No adoptions required. What is that? An 8. An 8. The only thing you weren't here at the beginning. Behind me is Optimus Prime. That's the thing that pulled me back in. I haven't built him yet, but I picked him up because it was like, oh, he was just affordable. He's pretty pricey. He wasn't the cheapest thing in the world, but he was like just on the edge of affordable. I was like, ooh, and he's Optimus Prime, and he looks so cool. So he's what pulled me back in. I think that's everything from this step. Step 17, the step in which we will discover what we missed on step 16. And we get this really long, what is this? This is a 16 across piece. I assume for structural integrity. Yeah, I don't know where I would put the Millennium Falcon. It's so big. Um, what you would do is this is a classic like from the a kid's bedroom in movies where they'll have a spaceship hanging from the ceiling light. That's what you would really have to do with it. You'd do a ceiling mount of it. Get right on that. You have to admit that it'd be cool. Have it mounted in a dynamic ceilingy way. We're building the front, the fore hold. That's what these guys are. It's the hold panels that will cover this cavity in the front, which is where you can put things. There's little windows in it, so I guess it's not supposed to be a prison um, or an oubliette. It probably would still be called the oubliette, even if you don't put people in it. And they got little handles on them too for ease of opening. I'm holding these things out of panel as I'm or out of frame as I'm building them, which is just just perfect for a visual thing. Uh, but then they go on there. We knock a piece off the back, just for good measure. But then they open up, and you can get inside there. You could hide treasure or pirates or whatever. Oh man, did I miss a step? Nope. It's just a bunch of things all at once. At this stage, I feel like I'm just going to do this in one go. Uh, see where life takes me. Because I feel like we're too far along to stop. Where does that? Oh, I see what that is. Oh, I see. It's these little hooked post pieces, which you can hardly see because they're the tiniest little black things. Um, and then we've got to find a. Oh, yeah, found it. Told you. As we get down, as we get the piece numbers down, it's going to be easier to find these little weird bits. You can leave all those up there because that's going to be for our rigging. I already know. Ooh, one of the ladder pieces gets to go in now. Exciting. The little ladder piece, which I've also seen used as a cage door. Um, no, I have no numbered bags. I don't think the bags were numbered at this point. I think they just came a bunch of bags. Uh, toppers for our little door panels. And one for the back. I think that's all the steps for this. Less things happened in this step than in the previous step, that's for sure. But still a lot of things. 18. 18, we build a small barrel. I know you were all excited for the small barrel. The bottom of the small barrel and the top of the small barrel. And it's very clear that we have to put the top on the bottom before we attach the barrel to the ship. Be sure you do it in that order. And that is the small barrel done. We are through the exciting annals of the small barrel. We are on to finding out what other parts I'm looking for. Oh, that would be great. They are just perfect for that, except for the little hole in the bottom. Oh, that's a great idea. And they're iconic. They're pretty iconic too. They look just like little Lego barrels. Oop. Get to use these long sloped pieces. Oh, because we're at the top of the cabin. So now the cabin parts has to slope back together. Clever, clever. Excessive a little bit. Lines up with the sloped bits on the top. And I guess this is just making the decking larger for the old poop deck? Is that the poop deck? What's a poop deck? The roof of the cabin to the rear. Yep, that's the poop deck. Contrary to popular belief, it's not where the poop goes. I believe the latrine for the ships were usually toward the front, because the captain was to the rear, and they wanted to keep the stink away from the captain. I'm just making that up. That could be and likely is totally false, but it sounds good. You know, aside from flipping the ladder to the up position, there's not a lot. There weren't a lot of things. A little hit. Well, there probably are ones I'm missing. There are probably steps that I'm just straight up missing. I'm also a little concerned that my box is going to become unbalanced and tip onto the floor because I've been taking parts out of the two sections that are on the table and the formerly lightest section that's hanging off the edge is now quickly becoming the heaviest section because I haven't taken parts out of it because it's mostly masts and rigging and weird things. I missed a part. I'm sure I did. I can basically guarantee I did. And we will find out on the next page. Oh my goodness, we're making a thing. We're making a whole thinger. See, this has little sub-steps, and they're really easy to follow. Step 1. Step 1, gray square. Step 2, build an entire armature out of armature pieces. Step 3, put one little tiny clip on the armature. Flip the armature over, put this on it, one spot away from the bottom. Flip it over again. Build a different kind of little clip, the little circly kind. Attach to top. And then we build a little sandwich thing out of another armature piece. I don't recall them using these hinged parts a lot, but maybe I was just not getting the right sets. Oh, and a little swivel post on the top, and I know exactly what that's for. I actually have to double check that it's not still attached to, nope, it is not. Okay. A couple of the things got left attached to each other in the thing here. Oh, I did miss a part. I 100% missed a part. You're right. I missed the discolored front spaceship piece, because now the armature is attaching to the front spaceship piece. I'm tempted to go try to find a replacement front spaceship piece that's not gone yellow with age. I suppose it's not deeply buried in the build, and I can get one later. Well, there you go. Once again, librarying to the rescue. Okay, that was one step. And it wasn't even the whole step, because now we also have to hunt for all the little weird bits further back here. Like these little single red dots. Oh, there's a whole thing back here. Did I miss that too? No, they just added that and then added a thing onto it in one smooth motion. Someone moistened me. Thank you for the moisten. Moist. Okay. These long panels go on, and then a bunch of stuff goes on top of them, but they weren't here in the last step. It's just add them and then add a bunch of stuff onto them. little clippies on the back. Little oh, I just had those in my hand. Where did I put them? I put them back. Why did I put them back? Because I'm a fool. Little somethings that are going to point out through these angled ports on the sides of the doors. Little somethings. Yeah, that's a clever explanation as to why that front piece is discolored. I'll roll with it and use it as an excuse to not fix it. Little front portholes, I assume, are meant to be gun ports. There's a lot of arch pieces in this build, which is interesting. Building up the entire front section now. Am I missing any other bits? Very likely. Yes, immediately, obviously, right there. Okay, I'm going to assume I got everything. Oh, and we are in fact making a little gun thingy to poke out the sides of our little door panels, as predicted. Oh no! Huh. Are there any more of that part, or is that the only one I've got in here? Ooh. This piece is cracked on the back. Probably from having this thing pushed into it. And you can see, I can only see the crack when the thing is in there. It's still a firm connection. But it is in fact cracked. And it makes the connection to the bottom piece just a little bit, yeah, plastic fatigue. And I don't know that I've got any more of that little part. No, see, multiple people have subscribed since I went live, and it has not given me notifications on it. I just noticed that the number went up again. So thank you for subscribing, whoever you are. Twitch didn't tell me about it. Not in any of my things. That's what I said before. Twitch, the dashboard panel just doesn't tell you stuff when it should. Jesus, this. Yeah, it's so many things just all of a sudden up here. The big back panel. But before that, this front bar, but not this one. The one that's 8 goes there, 2 flat stripes. And then this big flat rear panel. It probably should have gone on before those little cannon dealies. It's madness. It's madness. And it's also really hard to attach. There's a lot of connectors underneath it. And then our little rear guns can go back on. Okay. And then there's, God, 10. These 10 long pieces stick straight out the back. I know what this is for again. Again, we're at the stage of me being familiar enough with this set to know exactly what these are for. This is the thing that is eventually going to hold the lifeboat, the dinghy. It wouldn't have been a lifeboat. This is a pirate ship. It's a dinghy. There's no lifeboats on a pirate ship. They all just drowned. Oh, that's strange. There's a single ball of styrofoam stuck inside the cavity of this piece. Let's see if we can't get that out of there before I go further. Huh. Strange. Strange. What time is it? Oh man, I should eat something. No, if you're building Legos, you don't have life savings. Come on, that's a. Oh man, and this little guy appears in the front too. Fortunately, he's also put together. He's not even listed as one of the Lego men for the in the beginning, but the little guy just kind of appears here on the front, and then you pop a sword into his hand. Something goes. Oh, I know what that is. That's going to be the mounting for the foremast. This is the foremast. What's this thing called? The bowsprit. But this is the bowsprit. I don't know my ship parts well enough to tell you what all these ship parts are. If you want to know more about ship parts, ask somebody else. This is just going to end up being trim, but also holds the little parts together in the front for stability. I can provide accurate naval knowledge, but I have to tab out to do it. Names of masts. I was correct. It's called the bowsprit. This little guy is one of those weird pieces that should be in my weird pieces section. Should be. Gotcha. It's a spinner. Helicopter spinner. For spinning. so that when we get the big flying propellers attached, it can lift off because this is an airship. Have I missed anything else? Very likely. I don't remember a rhyme for port and starboard. I remember that the word starboard is longer than the word port, and the word right is longer than the word left, and that's how I remember it. Port is left. Aha. Now we get into an actual specialized piece, the anchor with 50 centimeters of string attached to it. And wouldn't you know, I have an anchor with 50 centimeters of string attached to a little thingy in the back. And it goes right there. And then that's a part I think if I ever lost, I would just cry. They probably have only ever made the anchor part like maybe 3 or 4 times for these large ship builds because it has no purpose on smaller ships, and they don't do a ton of ships, so they're too obsessed with all that city nonsense. Sounds like the neighbors are home because their dog is barking again. He barked at me this morning when I went out to fill the bird feeders because despite us having lived next to each other for years and years now, he does not know who I am and hates me. Ooh, that doesn't work. What am I missing? What have I missed? Oh, I have missed a part. Told you I was going to miss something on the last step. I'm extremely threatening when I walk over to the bird feeders. More little grabby clips. This set has so many of these little grabby like Lego hand shaped pieces. Um, for Holden stuff. No, I feel like they never took the time to properly socialize their dog. He barks at everybody. He's a good guard dog, but he's guarding against stuff that he has no business guarding against. So he comes across as more annoying. And the one time we actually could have used his barking, he wasn't paying attention. The neighbor had their in the summer. We had catalytic converter thieves cut the catalytic converter off the neighbor's car. And I caught them in the act. The dog completely missed. One of our mast pieces, the final mast base, the short one, Is that all? This seems like not enough things for the step compared to the sheer number of things previous steps have had. I guess we'll find out. Oh my God. I suppose I spoke too soon because the next step is a million things. Oh, we're making the ship's wheel now with a bunch of parts that aren't on any other element of the build. One of these little things, which there's a ton of these on the spaceship parts. Oh, I know what that's going to be. I know what that's going to be because we made a little square, and then we put two pieces on top of it to make, and then we put another one crossways so that there's one pip right in the center of a large square. And that's because that's the mount for the compass, which is another piece that if I ever lose, I'm just going to cry. And then with a little, honestly, slightly unstable looking stem here, we attach one of the fanciest pieces, the ship's wheel. Cinch it up, attach, and that's the ship's wheel. And then you got to see this part. So we built the rudder super early on, and then there's been a gap in every layer of the decking going all the way down, and you feed the stem of the ship's wheel down through that hole right to the bottom, attach it in place, and it turns the rudder. Look at that. Amazing. They're so clever. I know they've gotten super clever since then, but this was so clever at the time. It's extremely charming. And they did that with no like gears or Technic pieces. It's just a stick. It's one swivel and a little stick that goes all the way to the bottom. Oh, here's another unique piece. This one. I remember hunting, because I did lose this one at one point. I remember hunting for ever, and I found it. This piece is unique to this set. And it would have been a pain to replace. The pirate decal is one of those things that just don't ever lose that one. It wasn't lost. It was just misplaced within the Legos, and I did end up digging that one out. Oh yeah, the sails too. Oh, here. Part of this step, they've got a little hidden arrow right by the ship, the anchor wheel, because you're supposed to wind up your anchor. So let's do that. Oh, it's so clever. And then it hangs. Perfect. Perfect little anchor. Um, God, we're so close. At some point, we're going to get to the steps where they have to zoom out because we're building masts and rigging. Oh, I see why that step is here. Because then they have me put this long thing over the top of it and closing it. Oh, there is another hidden thing. I almost missed it. In the back. We're stabilizing these back hooks. Step 23. The little treasure box. Oh, not the little treasure box. First, the platform upon which the little treasure box rests. Little platform, little bike rack railing, and then the little treasure box. With its little treasure box door. And then it wants me to put a gold cup and a pistol inside the treasure box. Ooh, I don't have the gold cup. I mean, I have gold cups, but I don't have the gold cup in the box. I have to go hunting for it. Little treasure box goes there. That's interesting too. That piece isn't attached to anything. It's just a loose piece that rests on the top to fill in the decking. Um, I don't have the gold cup. I've got a pistol. That I can put in there. Huh. Should I go find the gold cup? It's not even visible. It's literally an interior piece. It's like it's concealed interior thing. Um, and I believe last time I had this built, I filled the little compartment with just gold coins to make my pirates extra rich. I'll hold off on that. I can also see there's 2 parrots in the box here, and there's only 1 parrot in the official instructions. So I definitely added. There were definitely some add-ons at some point, and I may have simply swapped out the little gold cup for more coins. Interesting. 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 What's our time looking at? 3 hours. This certainly is a longer thing than I'm used to. Ooh, I missed something. Ooh, I missed a step. There's little posts to hold up these arches that I'm about to put in. They're not visible. Which means they must have been added in the previous step when they were visible. Now, I'm super familiar with this build, and also I'm good at puzzles. I like puzzles, so I saw Bopper do a full day and get to step 6 once. Little guns. I have an abundance of these flintlock long guns because I was actually really into the pirates sets, and then they were also in a bunch of other sets. Um, and there's a funny little cone thing here at the front. This is. I'll be much slower if I do one of these with the full buckets of just colors. But then I'll probably have to stop and take time to sort things. I think that's everything. Oh boy, here we go. You can immediately see. Suddenly there's masts. Dusty masts. Oh, I know what that. Okay, that weird little thing, the weird little cone thing we just built is the lock for the anchor. It stops the thing from spinning so that the anchor doesn't unroll. God, these Lego people are so clever. So clever. Our final pair of little arches. Our final pair of these little curved slopey things. Well, I don't know if anyone actually watches my the archives on my YouTube channel. I don't think they do, but if somebody does, they're going to be thrown for a loop when this one shows up all of a sudden in the middle of all my weird cooks. And then suddenly there was Lego. There's a piece in here that I'm worried about. This one right here. This is 2 red flat pieces stuck together, and I can't even get my fingernail in the seam. So I don't know that I'm going to be able to get them apart. So I'm hoping that they are just meant to be together. when we get to that stage, wherever they go. Because I've just used up the last loose piece of that type on this rear thing. Oh, where are those little arms? Oh, there. Yeah, little arms. These funny little arms go on the back. I feel like I'm gonna poke my eye out with the mast. Fortunately, I have glasses, so it's difficult to poke my eye out accidentally. I don't have a 2-brick separator. I. Um, so, oh, and I can already see. It's not the next step, it's a step after that. And it's right there. It's put 2 of those guys together and then attach them. So there you go. They get to stay together. I kind of had a feeling that was the case because it was in the box like that, which meant it was probably on the set like that. But oh, we get to attach. It's starting. It's starting us work on the really elaborate parts of the masts here. Which actually, I'm going. Well, I will use these parts up first. All those long, straight black pieces that I shifted aside earlier, that's where we're going to be working mostly now. We're building 2 of these right off the bat. With a bunch of 8s. Are you an 8? You're a 10. Are you an 8? 1, 2, 3. A lot of 10s. Okay. So attach, 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 attach. And then these little funny ball post pieces go on the outer tips of them. Another 8 locks them in place with a little hook post. I'm sure these pieces all have actual names that I am just ignoring. And in a second, when I attach these to the actual ship, the ship is going to suddenly look a lot more even shippier than it currently does. I still have the sails. And they're in decent condition. Yes, I love this set, and I have the set, the parts. Got another slightly discolored piece there. But you'll barely notice it if I put it on the side that's not facing the camera. A little circle, a little loop. There's the compass. They unceremoniously just add the compass without pointing it out. Here's the compass. It's a real compass. It actually, I don't know if you can see it spinning. I can't zoom it in. It's actually magnetized. It's an actual compass. It's obviously not super smooth, and it kind of wobbles around a bit, so it's not incredibly useful, but it's honestly pointing north right now. They put an actual, honest-to-God compass. You could navigate using this pirate ship if you really wanted. Pull out all the stops. Oh my goodness, look at the masts go up. This is, oh my God, the build is getting out of the frame. Well, I mean, you can see it here in my face camera. Let's pull back to the main, and the masts have extended vertically out of the viewing area. It's a big. Obviously, it was bigger when I was smaller, but it's still a pretty substantial ship. Oh. And then we need to make 2 more rig pieces with 1, 2. I wish it told me how long these were. Counting pips on a picture is not great. 2 more 10s. Okay. All this stuff is coming back to the front so I can see it. Okay. We're making 2 of these. They have the mounting posts for the sail. They have a 8-wide connector in the middle. I'm not familiar with the new system. I guess I haven't seen recent pirate stuff. This right here is the pirate stuff I'm familiar with. I thought this was great. Oop, those need to be out 1 on both ends. And then they're connected with more 10s. long pin through a lot of 2x2 circles. I can't even picture that. I'll have to look one of these up. Huh. Apparently they're making sets where the sails themselves are made out of bricks instead of fabric. That looks really weird. Huh. And then a little 8 across the top of each one. And they go in the mast holes as well. You can't even see the mast holes. I'll have to keep switching angles so you can see what's going on. So they're up here now. Here's our little 2x2 going right on the back. They snuck one little, oh, they snuck a couple other little things in there down on the rear of the ship while we're focusing on the masts, hoping you'll miss them. Oh my God. Get back down here because now the instructions are sideways. The ship is too large for the instructions. Oh, there's another part that I kept together. First, we'll build the arm. Which is a clever little thing, because the mast pieces have these little supporting posts. And they took advantage of that to make a little crane. Ooh, and it has to be this one, because I didn't untie the string. Oh, you can't even see it. You can't even see it. We're up here. We're up here. I'm taking this mast off because it's this mast that has to be in this position. Because I didn't untie the strings because I was afraid because they're really hard to tie. They're really hard to retie. So once they're tied, just leave them. But that guy goes there. We pull our crane hook out. Whoa, that's a snug fit. Hold on, that might be too snug of a fit. Whoa, that's a snug fit. Whoa, that's a snug fit. Is the other one that bad? It's got to be this little angle post that I picked. This one must be slightly off. Yeah, that one's much smoother. Huh, it's just that one. Now, it does not have me immediately hooking up the hook, but like I said, I didn't want to untie this, so the crane hook is already in place. There are some secret hidden things down below though, because they can't not keep building down here. We're topping this up, and we're also filling all of these little back hooks, these little back grabbers, with weaponry. A gun goes in, a sword goes in. Two more guns go in. Why is this one's super loose? Wow. Huh. Some of these mast pieces are better than others. I wonder if that, okay, it's got to be slight variations in the actual parts, because these swiveling mast and hook pieces aren't really designed for this. They were repurposed for this. So let's put the one that's got a little bit more of a loose swing to it. On the crane. The crane needs to be able to move freely, whereas the masts want to be a little bit more structurally sound. We might steal these two hooks from the back too if we end up with one that's too snug again. Because there's going to be one more layer of rigging up above. This is also the stage when we add the big brown rigging pieces. Here they are. They go on like so, and then they swing up. And then they remind me that I actually put this together backwards just now. Because those posts have to be on the other side. I don't know why I just did that. I have no idea why I just did that. That wasn't even a reference to anything. It just started cackling, but in a really weird voice. The rigging, in this case, obviously doesn't do anything for the sails, but it creates a structural support for the masts so they're not so wobbly, which is a clever repurposing. We're at that stage where I have to hunt the image for any small change again. I can't tell if they want me to put another gun there in the last clip, because that spot is fully concealed in the instructions. And all those weapons just appeared, well, they appeared in the last step, but they were still fully concealed. So I guess I'm going to leave it empty. It's becoming harder and harder to actually reach the instructions around this ship. Maybe I should put the ship on your side so you can see more of it. Yeah, that's better. Now you're looking at it from above. What are we working on next? We're working on the aft. We're making, first of all, we're putting the crowning piece on the back here. Then we are constructing two little lamps. Out of blue pieces that go on the back of the ship, like so. It's just got so many fun little details like this. We're making, oh, the locks, the door locks. I forgot about that. These doors have locks so they don't swing open when you're playing with the ship. It goes on this little clip here, and then it just, you can't even see it. Little clip there, and it just swivels around, and then the door is locked. So clever. So clever. This is also the point when we add the cannons, and it gives me very little instruction for the cannons. So this is how you make a cannon. You take a cannon base, you take a cannon, and you pop it in there, and then you plunk it right on one of these thingies, and then it pokes out the end. But they each come with 6 cannonball pieces. And it doesn't really show you, the picture just shows them sitting next to the cannon, but that doesn't work. And in the actual build, you can only see 3 pieces total. Personally, I would have had the cannons be added when I added the actual like little spinner things. But if we open these up, I don't know if you can even, I don't know if you can even see the cannons down there. They poke through those little holes and they broadside you. But then there's a million of these little pieces, and these are the cannonballs. And it doesn't really show you how you're supposed to add them. They're just kind of in there. So I guess they're just kind of in there. Being little decorative stacks of cannonballs. Put them next to the cannon plungers. Don't separate. Welcome in, Chris McBricker. Don't separate cannons on Black Pearl set. Are you saying that the cannons on the Black Pearl set don't separate? Or was that like... Oh. I've not had a problem with these cannons. I don't. Lego Black Pearl. Oh, that's a fancy looking ship. Um, are the cannons a different style? The cannons are a different design on that ship. Interesting. Interesting. Um, but these are pretty sturdy, and I think they probably should brown. Um, yeah, I imagine that's why you don't see a lot of that color in the structural components of these builds. Where are we? We're still adding masts. Because now we got to add the aft mast and the bowsprit, which I correctly identified earlier. Oh, I popped off. Shit. I popped a piece apart down here. I gotta figure out where it was supposed to be. It's there. This is one of those cases where I think we should have added the bowsprit immediately. There's no real dropping my cannonballs. I didn't put all of them on the thing immediately. Leaves me with 4 excess cannonballs. No, you're fine. You're fine. We're making excellent progress, even when I get flaky and look at something else. We're nearly here on this one. It had me add the hook, but I already added the hook. Or rather, never removed the hook from the last time this was built. Um, um, hidden instruction. Yep, okay. Little structural stabilizers on there, but that means we need, oh, that's what those are for. And that's what those are for. So little cylindrical posts up there to stabilize the winch. And then it's, you can't even see it. Once again, you can't even see it. Up at the top, on the tops of the masts, it's having me put, not on that one though, on this one. They're not the most secure in the world. I'm going to swap that mast for that mast because there's nothing going in the tip of this one. Yeah, I'm. Well, that's still a little bit loose. Maybe it's the. No, it's the mast. Hmm. That one's kind of wobbly. And a little. Pull it up a little bit. It's a little bit firmer. No, it's still a little bit wobbly. Uh, Interesting. I may go hunting for a replacement lance, because these are just like knight lances that have been colored black. And I've also got 4 more cannonballs that I've got to get put in here somewhere. I'm gonna put them there. Can't quite tell. No, they should be against the sides of the ship like all of them. So we're going to. I'm gonna put them on this little exposed red bump. Losing track of stuff. I put pieces on top of the instructions and I can't see them because they blend in. Step. Oh, we're almost there. Step 29. Make treasure. Treasure chest. Now, the pirate ship here itself only ever came with one of the little gold coin things, or I'm not. Maybe it was 2. Um, it came with only 8 gold coins. Um, but I got a bunch of pirate sets over the years, and I was like, why should the big pirate ship only have 8 gold coins? So at some point, I just gave the pirate ship every single gold coin. I'm gonna put them on the table so you can see them. A million gold coins. Because, they're pirates. And this is the flagship, the pirate flagship. I also saved the sprues because they look like gold nuggets. They look like some kind of fancy treasure. So I saved the little gold sprue piece. You can't even see it. What am I doing? I'm putting them here, and you can't even. There's the sprues. Oh, gold. Gold! I'm supposed to put 8 gold coins in this chest, but I'm just going to fill it until it won't take any more. Because my pirates deserve it. Now that's a treasure chest. You can't even hardly close it. It's got so much treasure in it. Actually, I can't close it. There's so much treasure in it. Got it. Got it. And then you put the little thingy over the top, and then it hangs from the crane hook. And there's still gold left because there's too much gold. And I think I put that gold in the little hidden compartment chest and the little barrel chest just so they could have gold everywhere. Oh, and now we do one of the unique pieces that I still have, but it is slightly damaged. At some point, a cat got at it briefly, and I don't know if you can see, there's a little frayed kink right there where somebody almost bit through it. So we have to be very delicate with this string because I don't have another one. But this is the original. And it ties on and this is one of those things where I feel like they should have you tie it on the bow piece before you attach the bow piece to the bow, because it's a fiddly little bugger. And it's not a very secure seafaring knot. I actually have instructions on how to tie the knot. It's a double hitch. Ugh. The rigging is the hardest part. And then and then it goes. Thankfully, somebody thought ahead at the factory when they were working on this, and they heat treated the ends. This is a nylon string, as far as I can tell. But they heat treated the ends so the ends don't fray. They're melted together. Just got to be real gentle. Again, you guys can't even. I'm moving the instructions. Can you even tell what I'm doing up here? So the frayed bit of rigging is right there, unfortunately. And hold on, it just occurred to me. Was I supposed to feed that? I was. Okay, we have to back up. We have to back up. I skipped a part. It'll make sense as soon as I do it, what I skipped. Because we need now some sails. The sails have been worn a little bit, but they're not a tragedy. But the foresail actually is held up entirely by... Oh, that's why that's like that. Okay, okay. We have to back up a little bit more. This is the hardest part. Rigging this thing is easily the hardest part of it. Okay, so I'm going to put these tube pieces on now so I don't fight with them. Fight with them later. Oh, do we have our second little bendy tube? Ooh, we don't. We are officially missing a piece. We are officially missing a piece. I don't have the other one of these little bendy tube pieces. I can add it after the fact. Okay, so what I skipped was the rigging is supposed to be tied off on the back of the sail here because the sail, the front sail, is held up entirely by the rigging. And then it's fed through this guy's front face. I feel like this right here might be the reason why they changed how masts and sails operate in Lego, because this beastie is a fiddly little beastie. Okay. Let's pull it all the way through. I think our frayed bit is actually moved to the opposite end of the rigging now because I've tied on the reverse end. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Okay, now we hook it up to the top mast. Okay, that puts our frayed point right on the top. Which isn't super, super ideal. Oh, and it... Okay, now that's going to have to wait now because I have to build a rear mast rig. Okay. Oh, sorry. Bit of a concentration right there. I would hazard that that is likely the reason they don't do this in rigging anymore for pirates. Because if I was a little kid, I think when I was a little kid and I had this, my mom did the rigging. Okay, and then that guy goes up here. And our rear sail, which I don't know the name of, attaches. We threaded through there. I think I'm supposed to give it a little bit more slack on the front. There's a lot of extra slack back here. The way it has it on the front, it looks like I'm supposed to give it some slack, but I don't really want to. I'd like that to not be collapsing. So I guess I just have a bunch of extra down here for tying it off. Which is good enough. Okay, now that that part's done, it wants me to take my dinghy and attach it there. Step 30. Step 30, in which all the pirates appear on the ship. Um, We take one of our big pirate flags and slap it there. But we also build the remaining build. What are these green parts? Did I miss something? No, it's making me think I missed something. There's no green parts in this build except for the little flags on the side. I don't know what these green pieces or these little swivelies are for. They're not for this. They're not for the pirate ship. Okay. Well, we have to build the remaining 2 mast pieces, which will go up at the very top. Mast piece and if you're paying attention, the rear rigging only went through one of the top holes because the rear mast goes on the highest point. God, this is super making me think that I've forgotten something, that I've missed something. The final step. I will swivel it towards you. Oop, the big mast, or the big sail, is supposed to go on first. Can't even see it at the top. I got to switch back to the camera here because we are at the top. We're at the top of this thing. Adding pirate flags. The monkey, who you can put anywhere you want, but the instructions have him up here. And then it's all decorative, and I am in fact missing one piece. It's one of these little hose tube things. There's supposed to be two of them on the front here, holding the over the top of the bowsprit. We also have the crew and some gold left, so I'm going to take the gold, take this little barrel that's got nothing in it, and we're going to fill the barrel with gold. These pirates don't have any food, they just have gold. And why not? We're going to take this little guy, and he's even got a slot. We can just put the gold right in the slot. Every secret compartment has gold. Gold! And a golden cup. That's right, there's a golden cup. But here's the weird bit. What are these pieces? Especially these green ones. There's no green parts for that these could be spares of. Sure, there are a few pieces there that have me worried that I may have forgotten something. But what the heck are the green pieces for? And of course, we've got the crew. Get back over here, crew. Where do they put the crew? They put 4 pirates at the bottom holding swords. Oh, the first mate. Here's a fun little thing. They've got the first mate holding the map. Is there a walking plank? There is a walking plank. Oh, and I don't have it. Oh, it's not in here. I'm missing a walking plank. Here's the first mate. He holds the map. He should hold the map so that he can see the map. But then they also have him holding a parrot in his other hand, which doesn't make any sense. I'll let him have the map. And we'll put him up here on the poop deck. The captain, I'll do it on your side. I'll do it on both sides. So this thing, of course, opens and there's a cabin in there. So we can put the captain in his cabin. You can't even see him. He's in there. And then the door closes and he should be... Oh, I misaligned him. Well, we're getting cute now. I can get I can get a walking plank piece. It's an 8x2. BRB. Well, I'm still going to talk to you, but we're heading to the other room again for another large bucket. Oh my God. If we ever need to actually use the the buckets for construction, it's going to be a challenge. But I should be able to find an 8x2 to serve as a plank, right? That's a 6. I wonder if I've got one of those little springy hoses. I shouldn't walk away so much. I'm supposed to be an entertaining something. I hope you can still hear me. I never really double checked. I will go hunting for that later, but you're right. One of these pieces was supposed to be a plank for plank walking, and it's supposed to go just kind of on the side of the ship here. And then the crew. I'll put the captain up top, where he can do captainy things. One of the sailors can be our helmsman. One of our sailors can be up in the rigging. I like these guys with the little hats for a sort of grunt thing. So I'm going to give Black Pants here the helm job. This fella can be up in the rigging. I'll have a couple of them manning the cannons down below. That guy can be on winch duty. That guy can be overseeing the cannons. And our lady pirate can be somewhere. Somewhere. I didn't arm anybody. Everybody's supposed to have a sword or a gun or something. So here's all the swords and guns. There are some unused like holders still on the ship, so we could put. Oop! Oh no! I dropped it into the. Ooh boy, that's going to be in there forever, isn't it? Nope, there's a sword in the front hold. I think I would have to disassemble the front to get that out of there. But we can put some swords on those clips. We can put a sword on this clip. We can give the captain a gun so that he can shoot the first mate. We can give this guy a gun so that he can shoot the cannoneers. We will add a parrot decoratively. We already got the monkey. We've got 2 gold nuggets that don't really have a home. I'm going to give you a sword. Ooh, I'm going to give you the other parrot. Since you're not doing anything right now. You can hold a parrot. Don't shoot the cannoneers. Okay, I'll give this one a pistol so that he can defend himself from the other pirate when he inevitably tries to shoot him. And I'll give this guy a sword just because I have an extra sword and I have an extra guy. There's our pirate ship. We are missing one structural piece and then one gold cup that I have to go find. That's part of the set, but it's actually supposed to be hidden inside this little treasure compartment. And weirdly enough, the box, which I thought was just parts from this set, contains these green pieces, what looks to be some spare pieces of the masts, a few miscellaneous, just small parts, and then two of these spinner pieces. And I can't figure out the green ones. The green ones clearly don't come from this set. And there you go. And here's a. So that's what it's supposed to look like, and that's what it actually looks like. It's supposed to look like, actually looks like. Here's something that I noticed, and I noticed it ages ago when I first got the set, and it's on the front cover of the box too. So actually, I could use the box for it. It's one of those errors that that they have. The first mate, who is in the middle there, has an eye patch. The actual first mate, no eye patch. And the picture of the first mate in the inside of the instructions also has no eye patch. So he's not meant to have an eye patch. But they put him together wrong for the model one that they used for the picture. Okay. Gosh, we've been at this for a while, haven't we? 4 1/4. That's one of my longest ever. Surprised people stuck with me. This is clearly. I need to get some background music. Well, oop, and that let go. That's not what you want. I guess that one's gonna get moved. Okay, we're transferring one of the hoses from the rear of the ship to the front of the ship because it's not very secure, and it's a different style of attachment in the front where it won't matter if it's not secure. But it means I'm still short one. Yeah, we're gonna wrap up. Here, let me that's the wrong button. Let me pop us back to our main screen. Back my chair up a little bit. There's Optimus Prime. I'm actually going to move Optimus Prime. And parts of the food processor a little bit. They live here because I don't know where to put them. But give you a full long shot of this guy. There he is. It's quite an impressive Lego set, even in today. There you go. Displayed in the place of honor with the dinghy. Stop swinging around so much there. Okay. Yeah. So that was my first go at a Lego stream. It clearly goes quite a bit longer. I'm sure it would be highly variable depending on what I'm building. Next time through, we're probably going to do Optimus because Optimus is also going to be completely complete here. I'll just get the box. He's right here. All the parts are going to be in the box with Optimus. So the next time we can do Optimus. He's 1,500 pieces, whereas the pirate ship was 892 pieces. So Optimus might take longer, but he's also smaller, and I don't have to futz with the minifigures or rigging or any of that stuff. He's just bricks that stick together. Yeah, the parts are probably in there, most likely. But yeah, so that was the first thing. I had fun with it. I hope you had fun with it. We got some new faces poking in. That's promising. Let's see who is around. At 2:30 p.m. Who is doing stuff? Let's see. Jen is on BRB. Sure. Let's right into yeah. Drop the name, and we will go raid someone completely new on recommendation. Locksmith Fireforge. Okay. Okay. Let's go check them out. Locksmith Forge. You are correct. He changed his name. Here, I will just do a copy paste from his channel. Rather than try to type it out. Um, Yeah, so that was I had fun. I hope you had fun. I'll probably try to sprinkle these in going forward. I don't know that I'm going to hard change into a full-time Lego show. Um, but who knows? But who knows? Um, I will be back on Tuesday. Mm, all odds are it's right in the going to be back in the kitchen, um, which is my currently my core content. But also this other room. This is where the games are set up, so maybe we could slide in there. Um, yeah. So thanks for hanging out. I need to get me some lunch because I ran over my target time by quite a bit today because I was engrossed and we ended up doing the whole build in one go. Glad you could be here. Everyone say hi to Locksmith Forge when we get there. I don't have a raid message.